Good morning, everybody. Sorry about the late. Let me just do a mic check. Sorry about the late start, but we are here and ready for the open. Guys, just take a look at Baba for a second here. I mean, this stock is just a fucking rocket. Holy moly, this stock is just going crazy to the upside, breaking through that high pivot. We're definitely going to sweep it. So, what's crazy about this is our 160 calls for March next year are going to be printing even higher here. You also have some strong performance in UNH. Take a look at that, guys. UNH busting through, complete breakout out of that bull flag pattern. So really strong move for that healthcare name. Palantir showing some strength. Nat gas resource stocks are doing well today. But wow, what a move for Alibaba and UNH. And take a look at what's happening with this name. Finally, a monstrous gap down. ONDS gapping down 14% right now. Big move to the downside. Under immense pressure. Really solid. So that name went higher and farther than we expected. But nevertheless, it is under pressure. Open. That name is also coming under some pressure. Gapping down slightly. But overall, we got some interesting action here. S&P right now set to open fairly steady on the tape. We got Wolf Speed pushing much higher today, ticker WOLF. That's gapping to the high side. Bright House, Team Atlassian, QuantumScape still showing some strength, MCore. Crude oil, nat gas, strong gold, another day where it's positive. Yields are slightly green on the session this morning. Lithium stocks are under some pressure this morning. Interesting. Keep this S&P 500 here open. But UNH flying. Right, so SPY you can obviously see is trying to break out of this little bit of a bull flag pattern. It is looking constructurally positive for a continuation move higher. We'll just give it a little bit of time and see how it wants to shape up. Right now you do have Apple under some pressure, Google, Meta, Tesla green, Nvidia green, Microsoft green. Majority of your mega caps are green. Obviously, Apple has news today, conference, etc. But stunning gap up for UNH, guys. That is a stunning move. So our 340 calls for January on UNH will be ripping this morning. Absolutely flying to the high side. Very, very good. Very good. We're digits on close to it on ONDS, close to it. And honestly, I think that the smart thing with China names, like Baba's just going like a rocket ship here. I think the smart thing to do is to trim a little bit more profit off of Baba. But I want to see it sweep that 148 pivot. All right, we are set and ready to go here. All right, markets are open, guys. S&P 500 pushing a little bit higher here. Really good gap down in ONDS. You have the Russell showing some distribution signals right now. So IWM is under a little bit of pressure. Look at that Russell coming in hot, hot and heavy. Come on, Russell, break it down. Octo from yesterday, that's still up 3%. So OCTO. SPY just briefly tapped negative. You have NVIDIA curling slightly down. Nice decline in the Russell 2000 here. You had a congressman enter a short trade on the Russell, bought TZA. I think it was just over a couple 100,000 yesterday. Maybe that's just a portfolio hedge, or maybe he has inside information that we got some bad data coming. Big bounce though so far. Really big bounce. Octo now pushing up 6%. Again, strong price action in your energy markets. UNH still up 3.3, Bob up 3, and change. Really big bounce across the board in the market. Google is curling to the downside. So Google's under some pressure this morning. Iron's doing well. Tech opens back to the positive. Wow, look at NBIS, guys. That thing is a freaking beast, eh? On the back of a deal with Microsoft. What a monster. Gapping up to new all-time highs there. Very impressive for open there for sure. Let's look at this Ondas. That's catching a little bit of a bid, but I'm expecting Ondas to go a little bit lower. SPY, again, I think aggressively, if you're wanting to short this high pivot, you can. Obviously, previous all-time high is, there is some resistance there. Tesla's doing okay today. UNH at a little bit of resistance, but still holding up decently well. Decent. QuantumScape just turned negative. Your IWM is still trying to hold some structure here and bouncing on your 10-minute chart. Let me just take a quick peek at the sectors. So right now for your sectors, guys, you have only 1, 2, well, I should say one, two, three, four sectors green, the rest are negative. Transports are under pressure today. Materials are under pressure. Retail stocks are under pressure, XRT. Energy is your strongest sector, XLE. Healthcare is your second strongest. XLK is still holding steady. Octo's now continuously selling. It's just went negative on OCTO. Don't be surprised if that name has a pretty sharp fall at some point. ONDS continuing to fall. Beautiful price action in ONDS. I want this friggin' stock to go back to $4. Friggin' dumpster fire. Come on. Dump that ONDS. Dump it. All right, the IWM is just holding on to a little bit of support here. If it breaks this upsloping wedge pattern, we have a move down to 237 Pierce, which would kind of be around this neckline of your head and shoulders pattern. And then we'd likely get a small bounce and then a breakdown continuation. That's at least what I'm expecting today. You are seeing a little bit of distribution hitting some individual names, so just keep that in mind. S&P 500 has a little bit of top wick distribution. 5-minute chart though still looks decent, guys, but IWM's diverging a little bit. Nat gas still acting well. Open has gone back to the negative side. I want them to drop that name too. Again, there is an aggressive short level right at this kind of previous all-time high on SPY. I'm going to personally wait a little bit more, but it is an aggressive short level on the S&P 500. Nvidia is still holding slightly positive. Google's just flat on the session. Nat gas still trying to punch higher. So IWM down 0.28. QQQ is the strongest index. S&P 500 is still slightly green. Apple's struggling. Amazon just turned negative. Tesla still up 1%. Home builders today are under a lot of pressure. ITB down 1.69%. Interesting. Lennar getting hit. Netflix is strong. JP Morgan's green. Microsoft acting well. Very cool. But yeah, that IWM looks fairly weak. Looks fairly weak for the time being. We'll see if they can give it a little bit of a facelift as they are keeping the S&P 500 fairly strong right now. Baidu just turned green, so you're getting a little bit more performance from China names. Ethereum is starting to press. That's up 1%. UNH still pushing up 3.2. Palantir strong on the tape. Opens back to the green side. Come on, dump the Russell. Dump it. Alibaba go, guys. Look at this beast. Up 4%. Oh my goodness gracious me. Our contracts are just absolutely flying. Holy moly. This thing is a monster. To think we took contracts at $3.55 and now they're printing 13.90, 14 on deck. Wow. To that 148. Come on, Baba. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. IWM still looking fairly heavy here. The Russell 2000 not bouncing at all. Oh, I'm getting an alert on TGT. What is happening with TGT? Breaking to the downside. Yeah, I'm not going long there. I don't like it long there either. Sweeping that high pivot. I guess you're doing a sweep of this low. Guys, the IWM is breaking to the downside ferociously right now. Look at this. You're trying to break that upsloping trend line. That is nice to see, guys. That's really good to see. S&P still holding bullish structure at this point. This market's coming under pressure, guys. Just as a heads up, members, I did just take profits on my Alibaba call options. My Alibaba call options for 310% locked in gains for Alibaba calls, guys. Just as a heads up. I'll look to re-enter on dips. Market's coming under a little bit of pressure right now. S&P trying to hold on to that previous little high pivot. Thank you, Mohammed. Yeah, amazing gains for sure. I could get used to getting those every day or so. All right, Octo starting to come in, guys. That name's now down double digits on the session. Good to see. Okay, Huya. That name's trying to firm up. PDD. So I'm still bullish China names. I think that Baba, although Baba I think can still go higher, I think it's getting a little bit stretched. You're doing a nice 1, 2, 3 bar surge, so I think it needs a little bit of backing and filling. Maybe create a bull flag and then a continuation move. So, but that was beautiful. Baba gains, beautiful, epic, epic, epic. You don't always get those, but we just absolutely picked the bottom in um in July down here when we started going long. Look where we started buying long on Baba. We started accumulating right off of this 200-day moving average, and they pierced it, and then it was a V-shaped recovery, bull flag, boom. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Okay, UNH is our next big call position that we're likely going to be pulling profits from. This one I'm gonna leave. I want my 340 calls in the money. I think UNH still has more room. I think we're gonna get at least a sweep of this high pivot into your gap window. So I want UNH, my 340 calls. We've obviously trimmed some profits on UNH, but I still think that we can look for more. All right, bit of a bounce occurring in the Russell here. Again, no real movement in the S&P and Russell yet for a trade. I think the trend for the Russell is obviously down. That's diverging quite a bit. Crude oil still strong, nat gas still strong, gold still pushing 36.63. Dow Jones Industrials just went negative. Let's look at Apple here. Yeah, so Apple's trying to do a liquidity sweep of the lows. There might be a long trade on Apple. Maybe. So 2000 dumping, baby. Let's go. Take us down. This is amazing to see. Amazing. I like it a lot, guys. Come on down, IWM. Come on down. Google ripping. Nvidia strong. Tesla acting well. Meta pushing. Netflix strong on the tape. Wow. PDD making a move. So we're still seeing the IWM under quite a bit of pressure. Apple's trying to hold that little bit of a double bottom. Now you have the S&P going through a little bit more consolidation, backing and filling. Still just in chop fest land here on the IWM. Sorry, on S&P. Still just chopping around. Haven't made a really big move in a direction. Um, So no real data today other than your EIA short-term outlook at 12. You have a 3-year note auction at 3. So that's pretty much it for data. So the markets have every rhyme or reason to find a trend today. Whether that's to the downside, to the upside, it's looking like that trend could be to the downside. All right. Opens making another push higher here. So the S&P 500 still holding and trying to push a decent bounce on the Russell. You have Nvidia now starting to look a little bit weaker. So NVDA starting to curl slightly lower here. Cabin saying revision numbers out at 7 a.m. Palantir's still acting quite well here. Marvell's chart is looking a little bit more constructive, like it's trying to push higher. Decent bounce in the Russell so far. UNH getting slightly faded from the highs, but still up a couple percent. Look at copper stocks today, guys. Look at SCCO. Beautiful break here. Long-term, a long-term bullish weekly pattern trying to trigger on SCCO. Let's look at its counterparty Freeport McMoran, not doing as well. Very interesting. Nice little sell rejection there on the Russell. Come on, the Russell looks like it's trying to break down here. Can we get a bigger move to the downside? S&P now starting to curl down. If you're wanting to short this market here, by all means, use your stop loss previous all-time high as your stop. Ticker. Let's look at TTD, TEAM, and BIS. That one's coming in from the highs. Wolf Speed, ticker Wolf. That one's still holding up quite well. BHF. BHF coming in. All right, so you have SPY about to go negative, guys. So this looks like we could potentially dip. Are we going to do a dip and rip? But it does look like the market could come under a bit of pressure here. So just all eyes. Be alert. Be alert. ONDS still weak. Google starting to come in. Opens acting well. Lululemon struggling down here. Chop it down, IWM. Chop it down. Nvidia is now negative, guys. We are seeing certain mega caps under a little bit of distribution this morning. So Nvidia now starting to come in. That's dangerous for the market. SOXX looks fairly choppy here. Looking like a nasty little attempt at trying to break down. Regional banks are trying to break out of a bullish pattern, so we got to watch that Russell trade. Let's look at retail XRT. That's under pressure. Biotechs this morning under pressure, looking like a bit of a bear flag. Biotechs look like a short. All right, guys, this Russell looks like it's going to come down just based off of purely what retail and biotech charts are looking like. The only thing that could try to save it is if KRE regional banks break out to the high side here, which they are trying to. Come on, chop us down a little bit. Give us a little bit more downside. IWM just briefly made a new low of day there, looking like it wants to test this neckline here. You have 10-minute chart support as well as a neckline, so the Russell's dipping. Russell now down 0.44%. Come on, give us a 1% down day on the Russell. Come on down, IWM. Come on down. Baba is still acting ridiculously well. Super, super strength. ONDS still down 9. Google still up 0.5%. PDD still pushing. Open still up a couple. Come on down, Russell. Break the head and shoulders, guys. We got a nasty head and shoulders on the IWM that if it breaks, takes us down to 234 and change. So far, they're getting a nice bid on the S&P 500 here. A really decent bid on the S&P. All right, guys, we're going to short this next little pop in the major indices. SPY is an aggressive short. I'm looking at taking some 0 DTEs on the IWM here. I am looking at these. Hood just went negative. Soundhound's gone negative. QuantumScape's struggling today. That's down 6.3%. Let's look at this Tech Resources, TECK. That's coming under pressure now. NBIS selling quite a bit. CWD is up 1,000%. What are we entering here when these stocks are now printing a few thousand%? It seems like we're just waking up to this massive, massive short squeeze liquidity. It's insane. Let's look at energy. Wow, Valero is just so, so strong. XOM so, so strong. XLE just pumping to the high side today. That's crazy. Natural gas this morning, still looking decent. IWM still trying to shake out. ESY, that's pumping. Soundhound struggling. Bob up 4%. Looking at Robinhood, that's taking a bit of a breather this morning. SOXX trying to pop up here. You do have AMD getting a nice pullback off of the open. Broadcom looking filthy. Broadcom's looking nasty, guys. Ugh. SOXS might be a long here, guys. Alright, I'm going to go long SOXS here, guys. I'm long SOXS. 688 just with common shares. And my stop loss on the trade is basically going to be pretty tight. I'll risk a 5-minute close below the 681. Regional banks are firming up here, trying to break out to the high side, so it's giving the IWM a nice facelift. Yep, data's pumping the market up here in the short term. Alright, so I'm so XX. My stop loss would be on a 5-minute close below 681. Look at that nasty reversal and liquidity grabs, guys. Look at that wick on the IWM. SOXS, come on. Nvidia new low of day, guys. Nvidia just made a new low. How low can you go? All right, crude oil is still ripping. VIX is green. Yields just went back to the flat side. All major indices are negative right now. Nvidia just printed a new low of day, guys. Apple down 0.64. Q, SPY, Russell, all negative. Russell leading the charge to the downside right now. Starting to get a little bit more red on the screen. You had a really big wick up in the major indices. The IWM is getting slightly faded here. Battling right at a point of control zone. Come on, SOXS. Let's see what we can get here. Punch the socks. Punch it, punch it, punch it. You got that gap fill. Look at that IWM melting, guys. Whoo-wee. Pay us. Break that opening range and just pay us. Let's go. Look at that. New low of day on the Russell. S&P 500 getting heavy. Nvidia new lows. Markets are under some distribution here. Take us down. Take us down, baby. Looking at SPY. SPY getting heavier here. Nvidia is still struggling here. Trying to hold the Russell off of this opening range. Markets are trying to stabilize. They're not wanting to let this S&P dip. Look at what we're holding right now. That previous gap fill from Friday, sorry, I should say Thursday. Yeah, your Friday gap down. So Thursday close, Friday gap down. They're trying to hold that previous gap fill liquidity. But we're looking pretty distributive here. I mean, especially when you look at that IWM, it's looking fragile as F. Tesla under pressure. That's about to go negative. Tessie, Tessie, Tessie. Nvidia still negative. Amazon still negative. Apple negative. Tesla's about to go to the dark side. What else we got going on? ONDS, guys, that is still dripping to the downside. I had a couple people message me about this one yesterday saying, oh my goodness, What's happening? And now look, ONDS is right back down. Look at the Russell, new low of day, baby. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Take us. Next up to break down is your semiconductors. Come on, you're seeing now the Qs are weaker than the S&P. So Qs, if the Qs want to go to its gap fill, that would be filthy, guys. Look at them taking this IWM trade to the dark side. So now you have the Russell sitting right on that neckline and it's breaking that head and shoulders like a friggin' nasty, nasty, nasty chart. That's crazy. Come on. Pay us. Google, big bounce. Nvidia, big bounce. Tech, back to retaking leadership in the market. But they did drip all indices briefly negative there. So the IWM is really testing that little neckline zone. You can see we're hitting 10-minute chart support. It's your EMA 113. I repeat, it's your EMA 113. Come on, Russell. We are chopping around here on the IWM. If we break this little neckline, we have a nasty head and shoulders formation. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. All right, Nvidia, Google trying to stabilize this market right now. Meta is still doing wonders on the session. ONDS still up, sorry, still down 11.8%. What else we got shaking and moving today? Cabin saying annual payroll revision 900 minus 911,000. Yeah, it's not that big of a reaction. I mean, it actually spiked yields in the dollar there. But thank you for that data. All right, markets are trying to stabilize here. They are trying to stabilize the S&P and markets. Just be careful. This could be a very choppy day in the S&P 500. The IWM is looking like it's giving you much more of a trend, and what I mean by that is the IWM is putting in lower lows and lower highs, whereas the S&P is just in one big chop fest. I mean, look at this. Like, there's no pattern here on the S&P. And honestly, the S&P is looking like it's bullish and wants to continue a breakout. So the trend on the IWM is looking a little bit more clear for the near term, but it's looking like a big chop day in the market. Art Spy catching a big bid. Semiconductors are getting a really big bounce here. SOXS is trying to stop me out here. And give it a little bit of room here. S&P 500 looking a little bit more constructive right now. Tapping that previous all-time high right now on SPY. So here we go. SPY is now looking to try to break out. New high of day on the S&P 500. Will it lift the Russell? We will certainly see. Qs are up 0.18. SPY up 0.12. Google ripping up 1%. Nvidia back to the positive side. Amazon flat. Tesla up 0.4. S&P squeezing. So let's see if this is a liquidity grab. You had a nasty 1-minute reversal off of that data. You've now floated up through that, swept the high on the 1-minute basis. You haven't actually confirmed a true definitive close above that wick yet. So this 1-minute candle will be very interesting to see on the S&P 500. UAA for a long-term swing trade accumulation. Let's take a peek here. I'll look at it on my other screen real quick, and then we can discuss it. So Under Armour. So retail has certainly been interesting. Just give me a sec with this name, Peter. I'm looking at my other screen. It's not terrible level. It's not terrible. All right, so you can see the S&P getting rejected off of that 1-minute wick. This is your important level that you need to watch to close against. So far, it's not holding above that key zone. So far. Gap fill level. This is not a bad, interesting area for Under Armour. Maybe a touch lower. Looking at this gap fill. All right, let's see what else we have here. So rejection, breakaway through it. All right, S&P 500 getting rejected at the highs. That's looking like a liquidity grab and sweep on the 1-minute chart. IWM looking like it wants to go back to the lows of the session here. We are still seeing the markets coming under a bit of pressure. Chop it down. S&P getting heavy, guys. IWM going for the low. Yes, sir, I'm here. I am here. Look at the S&P 500 and IWM just printed a new low there. SOXS trying to fall here. Come on down, SPY. Look at that 1 minute reversal candle, how it liquidity grabbed the high and absolutely just wrecked people, guys. They're filthy. They are filthy. Am I playing peekaboo today? Yeah. I was having some issues with my software today and I started my stream late. My camera was giving me issues this morning as well. There's probably an update that I need to do, but I'm not doing it. Look at the Russell drip in new low of day, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Pay us. Thank you. So look at the Russell 2000, guys, breaking that 10-minute EMA, coming into prior day low. There's a minor little bit of support here, but we have now triggered a head and shoulders on the IWM. And like I said, the IWM is giving us a much clearer trend. All right. Getting a little bit stretched here. Let's see where we're hitting on the 15-minute chart. There's probably an EMA coming up. Yeah, so you're probably going to get a minor bounce once we pierce this area. We're probably going to pierce this 15-minute EMA, sweep this low pivot, come into this 50% retrace. Markets are heavy. I definitely wait on Under Armour a little bit more. It's getting interesting, but just wait a little bit on that name. It's nice. Downside move in the market, guys. Beautiful. Sell side pressure. Ram, no, I haven't looked at that. Hoping it'll dump because today is 9999. Have you noticed what happened the last time the market's on the date? Nope. What happened? All right, S&P now looking a little bit toppy and wicky here, guys. Come on down. Look at China equities, guys. Look at the PDD chart. Monster. Baba still trending. Baidu breaking out to the high side up 1.56%. China stocks are sucking up this US sell side liquidity. The very little bit that we're getting, China is absolutely eating it up. So come on, a little bit more, Russell. Give us a little bit more. Trying to stabilize it just a tad here, but we should go a little bit lower. Nvidia is still looking a little weak. Google still acting well. Tesla went negative. IWM down 0.75% on the tape. Cool. Thank you for that, Ram. Interesting analysis. I always find it very intriguing. Looking at cycles like that. I wasn't aware of that, so I appreciate that. Once the market settles down here, I'll take a peek for myself. But definitely, stocks do like to often repeat, or at the very least, Mark Twain said it best, history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. Ethereum has gotten faded from the highs. Pretty much everything is getting faded here, except for a handful of mega cap tech, individual names. Google's still acting well. S&P 500 still chopping around. It hasn't given any sort of a directional move. Unlike the Russell, which is breaking to the downside, will we see the S&P 500 give us a trending session? And what would make the S&P 500 start to trend is taking out this pivot low. Then that would give us a little bit of a lower low to trade against. Right now we have a high pivot rejection that failed. Boom. So 2000. Bang, bang. Thank you very much. Look at that. That's a stunning breakdown in the Russell, guys. Stunning breakdown in the Russell. Beautiful job, options group. Target one on the Russell was just tagged. S&P melting. Let's go. Adjust your stops on the IWM put option. Adjust those stops, please and thank you. Do not let the trade go against you. And now we can ride the position with risk-free. Next trim level I will put in the chat for members, guys. All right, that was a nice little epic move down. S&P still hasn't given us a lower low yet, so the market, believe it or not, the S&P is still in a bit of a uptrend. Why? Because you basically opened, you came down, put in a low, then you came up, put in a higher high, then you came down and put in potentially a higher low, but we'll see. If we break it, then the trend is down here. It's looking heavy. It is looking heavy. Options. Just be very careful with this one. 10-minute chart is trying to hold. It looks like it's holding inside bar 10-minute, but this hourly pattern kind of scares me a little bit. It is telling me that we could go lower on the hourly chart pattern. Just be very careful with that one. It's a weird looking chart right now. I don't like what they did to catch up KHC, although there's a chance that it can still push up. If the market starts to sell here, then KHC could come under pressure. IWM still looking pretty heavy here. Let's look at staples today, XLP. Actually, yeah, you do have XLP looking a little bit better. It's above its 10-minute EMA. So you got to keep an eye on the sectors that are going to drive that stock. But as well, XLP looks like it's putting in a daily chart bear flag that could come lower underneath your EMA. Let's throw on some of those other key moving averages. Yeah, it's a tough trade, this crap times right now. Still going through a bit of distribution. But if you're long it, just keep tight stop loss. Markets are in for a little bit of choppy price action, say at least in S&P 500 land. All right, let's go to this little 2-minute chart of the Russell. You can see the Russell's in a pretty big downtrend. A lot of support here on the S&P, which is why it's trying to hold here. Cluster of key moving averages on multiple time frames. All right, S&P starting to get a little bit heavier here. Semiconductors are in for some interesting price action. You have the SOXS trying to firm up and break out to the high side here. Looking like the SOXS is putting this W pattern, guys, on the intraday chart. One thing about W patterns is they have, just like M patterns, they have even a higher, I shouldn't say it's backtest, but recently what I've been observing is these W patterns have a higher probability than head and shoulders patterns at playing out. So just keep that in mind. This sort of a range on SOXX could take us all the way to 703. Look at them dumping this market right now. That is filthy, guys. New low of day for the Russell. I like that a lot. New low of day. Come on. Take us down. Yeah, I got puts as well in the market. We swung IWM puts. And look at the IWM down 1%. SPY and Qs are barely down right now on this tape. That IWM is a much clearer trend. Look at them break that S&P on the 2-minute chart, giving us a lower low. Come on, can they take our 235 puts with members in the money today? We got till the end of the week on these bad boys, and they are already printing. They just briefly almost tapped up 50% there, guys, on our IWM puts. Nvidia going for a new low of day. Chop us down here. Chop us down. China stocks are still holding quite well right now. UNH up 4%. That is still pushing, diverging. So you're seeing a lot of capital rotating here. Look at the S&P. New lows for the Russell. New lows for the S&P. We're up over 50% on our IWM puts. Making money. Swinging short. And what are we also in, guys? We're riding some SOXS. Alright, so now since we've broken out, I'm going to move this stop loss up, guys, on my SOXS trade to 684. My risk is now tighter. That is a 5-minute close above 684. And I'm using this previous little gap fill liquidity where we had a nice push off of. Look at them pumping the SOXS right now. Come on. Semis are in for some tumultuous price action. IWM. Come on down, Russell. Come on down. Look at the SOXS, guys. Ripping here. Let's go. We are cooking here. We are absolutely cooking. All right, SOX is running into its prior day high. So there's a little bit of double top resistance here on SOX, which means that SPY might want to catch a bit of a bid here. All right, guys, first TP on my SOX trade is that gap fill. First TP is that gap fill, all right? TP1 is gap fill. I repeat. But they could try to stabilize the market a little bit here. S&P 500 is coming into its previous little gap fill. Along with that gap fill, if we go to that 10-minute chart, you'll have that EMA 113 coming into effect. This market is drilling. Here we go. Puts are printing. Pay us. Pay us. Holy moly. Look at this. They just absolutely liquidated people. What is Tempest AI? I've been waiting for an entry on Tempest AI. It's down 2.6%, backtesting its 7-day right now. Quite interesting. Very interesting. You can see we're now testing 20-minute chart support on the Russell. Markets are heavy. Look at the epic move on our socks trade, guys. Boom. Please hit that like button on the stream, guys. Look at them. All right, TP1 is coming in. We're about 3 cents away. Volume is increasing. I'm getting some smart trigger alerts here. Volume's increasing, guys. So just recognize that. They're starting to show some initial signs of accumulation here. But volume is increasing. NVIDIA new low of day. IWM down 1%. SPY is relatively more stronger than the Qs right now, which is an interesting observation. Come on. Come on. One more little flusher. Give it to us. Give it to us, Russell. They are trying to stabilize the market here in the very short term. S&P 500 is trying to bounce on the 5-minute chart off of yesterday's bullish wedge pattern breakout, but this looks like a failed breakout for one reason. It didn't create a higher high. Did we make a lower low? No, we didn't make a lower low yet, so that's a positive sign actually for the market. We didn't make a lower low yet. From intraday we have, but from yesterday's price action we haven't. So that's a short-term positive right now. That's a very short-term positive. Google now starting to get heavy. Tesla down 0.42, Apple down 0.8, Nvidia down 0.7, Amazon down 0.3, IWM down 1.07, QQQ underperforming SPY. Nvidia is still looking heavy. VIX is seeing some some buy side strength. We're 3 cents away from taking first trim on SOXS, guys. 3 cents away. Lots of sell side pressure, guys. Lots of sell side pressure. Nice job, Ram. Yep. 999 working out right now, right? They are taking us down a little bit here. Kind of interesting how that works out, right? China stocks still showing strength, guys. UNH, that's still up 4% on UNH. Wow. So now, in order for them to really take this market down, they're going to really start to have to sell the sectors that are performing. So your healthcare, which is why I'm actually thinking about moving defensively here with UNH. It's had a nice gap up. I feel like they're going to try to sell it now with this market. IWM going for new lows. Look at this Russell, guys. They could, if they want to get nasty, they could really get nasty with us. Trim my UNH 340 January calls. I'm just gonna trim half of them, lock in some profits, considering it's a pretty decent sized position in my portfolio. I am trimming UNH 340 January calls. I'm gonna sell half, locking in some gains. So I did take profits on my UNH. Half of my UNH 340 calls for January. Stop loss is now in the money, locked in just over 200% gain on those call options for UNH. So another prime example, buying quality stocks when they're getting absolutely decimated, having mean reversions, standard deviations. I am a firm believer on the standard deviation trade in certain names. So basically, when you have quality stocks that are giving you those mathematical high probability deviation moves, both to the upside and to the downside, it's just simple math. Most stocks will eventually start to correct at some point. Nevertheless, we are still seeing the markets looking heavy. The Russell's trying to bounce here just a little bit. You do have the S&P 500 now, guys. Look at this move. So let me show you on the SPX because it's a little bit cleaner. Let me just erase all of these key moving averages. So if that S&P 500 now breaks this upsloping trend line, we could be in for some interesting price action. Let's see what we're shaping up here. Let's see if they want to break this little neckline on spot on the SPX. Yeah, it's a little bit of a facelift. You got some, it's looking like it's bouncing quite nicely off of support right now. But this market could still sell some more. You got Nvidia not really participating, Apple weak, Tesla's giving up the goods, Amazon struggling, Google holding up quite well still. So Google's one of the bright spots of the market, continuing to show strength. Look at open sesame, guys. Open, head and shoulders, knees and toes. Breaking down here on open, triggering this bearish pattern, guys. Open door. Looking pretty filthy here. That is nasty. If that triggers and plays out, I don't know, it looks too easy, but maybe it's going to chop around here in this range before it gives us a definitive break. But if that triggers, we're looking at a 450 stock on OPEN, guys. We are looking at a 450 stock on open. Another 23% downside move. Yikes. Yikes is right. All right, so we're still seeing a bit of distribution in the semis. You have your SOXX green, right? You have your SOX hitting some support. So notice how the SOXX has triggered that head and shoulders, right? You have an initial one. You have a baby one that's triggered, and then you have a big daddy head and shoulders here trying to trigger. So you have two bearish patterns on your SOX chart that have triggered intraday. Your first one gives you a move down to, call it 245 and change. And then your second one, if it triggers, the second one hasn't triggered yet, but if the second one triggers, it's an even bigger fall back down to, call it this gap fill liquidity sweep zone, which would take us right down to that sweep zone. So we'll watch that pattern, that chart, because again, semiconductors are super saturated still in this market. So if they start to fall. Now, the only positive for the market is that the larger time frame is still strong. You still have a very strong daily chart on these markets. Very strong daily chart. All right, so SOX right now trying to stabilize. Let's look at a little bit of a larger time frame. And then when you look at this hourly chart, the hourly chart could be shaping up a bullish pattern. All right, so what could the hourly chart be shaping up? The hourly chart could be shaping up a larger inverse head and shoulders, carving out a right shoulder formation right now. So it's pretty interesting to see the few different formations that are trying to come out here. And again, SPY's still trying to put in what appears to be an hourly chart bull flag pattern. So not looking too bad, to be honest. So pretty sizable bid. Google printed a new high. Qs and all indices are still negative. Really big bid in your S&P 500. You're all out of your 647 calls. Nice job. I think this is just our little bit of a bounce and then a potential continuation. I'm going to show you real quick, guys, where the IWM could potentially be going today. So the IWM has this longer term trend line going back from your main pivot low in July, beginning of August, connecting through all those pivots. We potentially could be wanting to go there. We'll watch that closely. You can see you're holding that first Fibonacci level, your 50% retrace. So the markets are trying to stabilize here. You're bouncing off of that first fib level from this low pivot to your high pivot. But you've tested this area once, so I think you're likely going to get a sweep of this pivot. But for now, things are stabilizing. But just be mindful that the IWM has triggered a bit of a bearish pattern intraday. All right? And you're under prior day low. The trend on the IWM is much easier to trade right now. It's giving us a trend, whereas the S&P is still in a choppy price action here. Very choppy. But if you break this upsloping trend line on SPY, then you could head down to, call it 644-ish. But just be careful, the market's still super strong. Octo coming down, that's down 14%. What else we got going on? UNH still up 4.3, Bob up 4. Bitcoin has gone negative. Nat gas has also gone negative. GDX has gone negative. Gold seeing minor distributions, still slightly positive, but coming in from the highs on gold inside yesterday's prior day high. Dollar right now trying to firm up and push to the high side. You still have the VIX showing some near-term signs of accumulation. Crude oil still acting extremely well today. Big bounce on your S&P 500 still coming into the mix. Google still acting very well. Crude oil up 1.86% and putting in a grinding bull flag 15-minute chart. Crude oil looks like it's going to take another leg higher, so be careful with the S&P 500 here, guys. Be very careful with the S&P. Crude looks like it's going to put in another leg higher here. I'm actually looking at fading the QQQ here. All right, guys, I'm taking a 578.0 DT put option on the Qs. 578.0 DT put. I'll let you know when I get filled. Damn, I didn't take the fill yet. I was hoping for one more little push, but IWM's trying to firm up here. So Qs are underperforming SPY. Looking like the Russell wants to back test likely its prior day low. ONDS still down 11.5%. Octo down 13.5%. Google still strong, up 1.19. PDD still doing quite well. SMCI showing some strength. SMCI is almost looking like one of those inverse semiconductor plays. BABA starting to come in just a little bit. Bitcoin still looking a little bit heavier. Big dip back on the Qs. Looking like we're going to go right back down to the low of day, if not this gap fill in the Qs. I would not be surprised, guys. Especially with, look at crude oil, guys. Oh my goodness, we were just talking about that. Look at that stunning breakout on crude, up over 2% now. Energy stocks are going to fly here. Holy moly. But crude oil just ripping here to the high side. That's likely going to hurt the S&P 500. Look at the Qs back testing that 578 zone. Can see SPY. SPY's holding up a little bit better than the QQQ, which is why I was looking to short the Qs here. So QQQ still under a little bit of pressure. Look at that. You got the dollar and yields are creeping up here. 2-year yield back up 1.49%. 10-year yield back up 1. Nat gas is negative. Bitcoin's gone negative. Dow Jones industrial average is slightly green. You got Apple, Tesla, Nvidia all negative on the tape, while Meta, Google, your communication-based stocks are showing strength. I'm expecting Amazon to probably go green with the crude oil spike. IWM still trying to hold steady here. Transport stocks, airlines probably could be coming under pressure, especially with that crude spike already down about 1% on AAL and looking like it's going to go lower. Yeah, AAL triggering that lowercase h pattern bear flag. So airlines are an intraday short here, guys. Let's just see which is the best one in my opinion. Yeah, American Airlines looks like a flat out short, guys. AAL, intraday, put options. And that's just on the back of purely crude spiking. A little bit of a top wick sell side candle on crude there. So it never gave us that definitive breakout. So they could just chop this market a little bit more. You can see you're sitting right on that 20-minute EMA. Interesting. Very interesting price action here. If the S&P loses this 5-minute EMA, we're going to make new lows, guys. We're probably going to come down to looking like your little confluence zone would be around the 647 Pierce, around 646 and change. All right, gold starting to get a little bit heavier here. You do have GDX going negative. GDX is going negative, guys. You have this Octo stock down. I'm still holding common shares short, even though I'm down. That name should go back down to probably sub $10. I think that's an easy target. All right, QQQ is still melting here. Melton. Qs are underperforming SPY. So SPY is holding relative strength. Why? Because of your healthcare sector right now. If we do a midday sector check, we do have materials XLB down 1.56% getting slaughtered. Retail stocks are down. Regional banks are negative. Energy's holding steady. Communications holding steady. Financials are holding steady. And healthcare holding steady. So really seeing some weakness in your materials, industrials, and now tech is starting to perform. Real estate seeing weakness. Consumer discretionary seeing weakness. So it hasn't occurred to be a broad market sell-off yet. You do have aspects of the stock market still strong throughout the midday here. Let's see if we want to get a little bit more downside in this tape. Looking at semiconductors. Semiconductors are trying to stabilize here, but they should try to sweep the lows one more time. Rope in more bearish people off of this larger pattern. S&P 500 starting to get cracked below that key EMA. QQQ looks like it wants that new low of day. Gold is continuing to see some selling. Nat gas seeing some selling. Individual stocks are getting a little bit more heavier. Marvell still acting well today. Let's take a look at Open, OPEN, ONDS. Come on, ONDS. Give us another leg lower here. They're still trying to hold that 5-minute chart EMA on SPY. They are holding it up like a champ. Nvidia down 0.5%. Interesting. QuantumScape getting absolutely smoked today, guys. QS. Whoops. Look at QS. That is an algorithmic sell. Look at that chart. These type of sell side programs when they hit, I mean, boy, do they hit. That is a fund that just woke up this morning and said, guys, we need to exit our full QuantumScape position. Sell every single pop. Do not, that's a big fund just absolutely liquidating. Look at that. That is crazy, right? Do not get in front of that thing. They are eating up that sell side liquidity off that gap up. That is filthy. I mean, look how many red can. That's literally an algorithmic sell plan from a big hedge fund or institution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't even know. There might be 12 in there. God. Crazy, eh? Pretty crazy. PLTR still holding steady here. That's not doing too bad. AMD looking like forming a bit of a bullish wedge pattern on your intraday chart. So AMD's holding steady here. Nvidia obviously not so much. Pretty big divergence in chart patterns. It's getting a little oversold here, Nvidia, but we'll see if it wants to give up some more gains. You have Hood down nicely on the session today. Let's look at Soundhound, SOUN. That's doing quite well. To the downside, bouncing nicely for Sound. Tesla's trying to make a little bit of a recovery here with the market. Just a minor one. What else we got shaking and moving? That's pretty much it. I think most of the volatility occurred, and then we're just going to chop around, and maybe we get a little bit of an afternoon continuation leg down. But so far, whoops. So far, we have seen a nice defending of price. S&P Qs are still negative. Russell down 0.8. Let's just quickly run through the rest of the mega caps here. So Microsoft looking still pretty bearish, like it wants that gap fill. Google looking very, very strong, trying to negate that head and shoulders. Apple. Yeah, Apple's just so weak on the tape. Starting to put in that positive intraday divergence for Apple, so perhaps there could be a bounce. Interesting. Amazon still looking like it's forming a bit of a bull flag pattern, so not looking too bad for Amazon intraday. Meta's starting to curl down, still holding a little bit of bullish structure, but perhaps it wants to do another liquidity sweep of this low wick. JP Morgan, super duper strong today. Look at JP Morgan. Very positive price. All right, so they're trying to bounce aspects of this market. Seeing that Octo stock from yesterday continuing to drip, guys. They're just going to liquidate this one, I think. Maybe get some near-term bounces, but this Octo, if you break this low pivots from yesterday, guys, this Octo is probably going back to 16 in very quick fashion. But looking pretty nasty. Let's look at ONDS. That one's still weak on the session. AI is trying to firm up here. Let's look at TEM. Yeah, Tempest. This stock, Tempest AI, guys, it just gets bid up off of every single bounce, showing heavy signs of accumulation. Heavy. Interesting. Gold just went negative, guys. GOLD. GDX starting to come in a little bit more. Crude oil, slight fade off of that, try to break out of that pop, but still holding intraday bullish trend on crude. Qs are trying to bounce pretty steady here. IWM retesting that prior day low. Options traders, I just sent you a little alert for a 0 DTE trade. Google's starting to curl down right now, guys. So Google's coming into a little bit of pressure. Nvidia is still trying to bounce. Let's look at AMD. AMD's trying to break out of a bit of a bullish flag pattern as it appears. Your semiconductors are bouncing quite nicely. Semis are heading looking like they want to test that opening range low. Seeing Google, which has been a leader, taking a bit of a breather. Q's and SPY are kind of neck and neck. Big bounce on the Russell, recapturing quite a bit of its losses. Cabin saying GME earnings after the bell. Anyone playing calls or puts? No, not me. Not me, but we can look at the chart. I'm probably gonna, you know, actually, what's really interesting is GM retailers had really good earnings across the board. So perhaps it gets a pop. Perhaps, but it's kind of just trading in no man's land right now. I guess you're kind of near the low of this range pattern, so maybe it gets a pop, but I really have no technical edge on it, other than the fact that retail earnings were positive. All right, so Google's starting to come in a little bit. Semis are still acting well. This Octo is now down 17%. ONDS So you have the Russell trying to recapture that prior day low. Qs are trying to break out of a little bit of a near-term wedge pattern. We'll see if they can muster up some strength here. They're kind of coming right back into this previous little gap fill liquidity zone. Right, AMD curling slightly lower here. S&P still outperforming Qs. Qs are outperforming. Sorry, the Qs are outperforming the S&P. No, S&P outperforming the Qs. IWM underperforming everything here, guys. Jeez. I don't know. I can't speak today. Bitcoin down 0.5%. Gold back to the positive side. Yields are still green. VIX got faded, but slightly green on the session. See if that Dixie chart is shaping up for a little bit of an intraday push. Yeah, look at that Dixie chart, guys. So the Dixie chart, US dollar, breaking to the high side. So this should put some pressure on the indices. It should. New high of day for the US dollar, guys. Pushing. That's likely going to hit the S&P and Qs here, guys. That's likely going to hit these markets. Qs are seeing a little bit of distribution here as that US dollar is continuing to surge. Russell 2000 still shaking and moving to the upside, bouncing quite nicely. I am showing a little bit of weakness coming back into your semiconductor market, so we'll see if that translates into anything. Crude oil taking a bit of a breather. Bitcoin at the lows of the session down 0.66%, hitting some hourly chart support. If Bitcoin loses this area, good night. She goes probably back down to 108 and change. Peter saying CNC is ripping. Yep, UNH is pumping the entire healthcare sector up. So UNH new high of day, CNC breaking out to the high of day. Your entire healthcare complex is starting to shake and move, right? Ripping here. Ripping. But UNH is pumping. I mean, if we get 340 calls in the money today, guys, I will exit the full position. So if UNH hits 340 members, I will exit the full position, okay? I'm just going to put an alert there. Look at the IWM pushing here. QQQ trying to firm up. S&P pushing here. So you're getting a little bit more participation and strength from your healthcare names that are trying to rip this market higher. Ooh, healthcare stocks are pumping. UNH up 5.62. CNC up 2.7. Marvell, Snapchat doing well. Palantir still doing well. China names are still holding strength. SMCI is pumping today, guys. Take a look at this. Up 3% today on SMCI, breaking out. Now into its little bit of a gap window. Looks like it wants to push higher. Very cool. So big bounce on the markets. Bitcoin, a new low, guys, as the markets are bouncing. BTC still not present. Yeah, I'm still holding my socks. I'm still holding. Needs to do a 5. I might even give it a little bit more room, but at least a 5 or 10 minute close below the 684. So I'm still holding. But they gave this market a little bit of a facelift. Semiconductors didn't really make a move. They had a nice bounce off the lows, back testing your opening range low. My UNH. I am looking to exit my UNH here, guys. This has been a crazy, crazy move. I'm going to secure full profits on my January calls. I am going to secure full profits. There's 340. 340 calls are in the money, guys. Pleasure doing business with you. Boom. All right, I am all out of UNH here. 2970 fill. All out of UNH. Beast mode. So all calls, all 340 calls went in the money. Beautiful. QQ still showing some distribution. So again, guys, I no longer hold any UNH calls. I'm all out of that position, netting wonderful gains, wonderful gains. And now we wait for next entry. So just as everyone starts to hype up a stock and they break it out, you want to be definitely trimming into that liquidity strength. But stunning price action. I mean, it looks like it wants to target that gap fill, but up 7% today. Big shaker and a mover. Amazing. Pretty amazing price action. All right, so Bitcoin's struggling immensely here. The dollar is taking a bit of a breather. Crude oil is taking a bit of a breather, a dip down. Yields are still acting somewhat interesting here. See Nvidia. All right, guys, Broadcom is coming in. So this is what's going to hurt the Qs here is this name. Individual weakness in Broadcom will impact the Qs. I repeat. Nvidia's starting to come in a little bit. Google's coming in a little bit. Dollar's still trying to press a little bit. Amazon looks like it wants to go negative. Look at Broadcom though, guys. This is a key semiconductor going for gap fill. It is going to apply a lot of pressure to the rest of the semiconductors. So AVGO coming in hot and heavy. That is just getting nasty here. Nasty. Still selling Broadcom, guys. Come on, knife it. Dump it. IWM still above its prior day low, but that AVGO chart looks pretty filthy right now, in my opinion. And it looks like AVGO could bounce around 335-ish. 335 pierces where AVGO wants to go, guys. Take a look at this nice little trend line confluence zone. And you have that 10-minute EMA. So you have your gap fill on Broadcom that they're targeting. And then you also have this little bit of an upsloping trend line. It all confluences right in that little area there. So that's where it looks like they're pushing liquidity to. That little confluence zone. Nvidia still curling down. Apple still struggling. Come on. Let's see Broadcom knife into this little gap fill zone. QQQ getting a little bit heavier here, diverging from the S&P 500, 578 on deck, 578 puts that we just took in the options groups are in the money. Come on, I want more. Give me a nice red bar candle down. Give it to me. Take us. Com's still looking a little bit heavier here. You have your SOXS trying to bounce a little bit here. Back up over 0.5%. Can Google bust through its opening range low? We will find out. Come on, Qs. Give it to us. Give it to us. All right, what else do we have happening here in the tape? ONDS, guys, now down 13.37%. Look at that. New lows for ONDS. Pay us. Come on, Ondas. Dump it. Let's look at open real quick. That one's still showing some distribution signs. Looking at AMD, that's curling down a little bit. IWM still seeing some selling off that 10-minute EMA. Let's look at the S&P. S&P still holding a little bit better because of those healthcare and financial strength. So that's why I decided to pick on the Qs a little bit more because healthcare is looking a little bit too strong for my liking to pick on a SPY short. Gold looking like it wants to go back to the negative side here. Definitely seeing some distribution. GDX starting to come in a little bit more. Now you have Google starting to get a little bit softer. Meta, that's curling down. Tesla under its opening range low looking somewhat bearish. All right, IWM's getting heavier. Broadcom's still getting a little bit heavier. Is the IWM going to lose its low of day? Come on, chop these Qs down. Chop them down. Come on. Qs there. Pushing 45% on these put options, but I'm looking for more. Come on, give it to us. Close enough for government work there. A little bit more of a dip. AMD is still trying to curl. Nvidia and semis are trying to stabilize just a little bit here. So come on, give us a dip, Qs. Ooh, 50%. We're teetering between 45 and 50% on our QQQ options trade. So what I'm going to recommend is we're just hovering right at that first trim zone. I haven't trimmed yet, but I'm looking to trim half into that zone. But don't let the trade go against you. Just move that stop loss to break even now. Don't let those QQQ 0DTs go against you. I'm still looking for a dip a little bit lower here. Come on. Give me a nice wide range red bar down. Hard sell. AMD curling down. Nvidia trying to stabilize. Google trying to stabilize. Broadcom trying to stabilize here. Look at the IWM. That's getting a little bit heavier, guys. Come on. Give me that sell side liquidity sweep of the downside. Come on, Qs. One more bar down. One more bar down. IWM getting pretty heavy here. Russell 2000s coming in. Nvidia, Google are stabilizing. Microsoft looking a bit heavier here. That's coming in. Amazon looking heavy here. That's coming in. Apple still near the lows of the tape. Interesting. Google still holding steady here. IWM, they're trying to give it a small bounce here on the Qs. Again, do not let that trade go against you if you're in Q puts. I repeat, my break even stop is in place. Still think we can go lower based off of what we're seeing in the Russell. Nvidia just hanging on to its prior day low right now, which is why it's finding some support. But Microsoft, I think Microsoft's probably going to go negative. Google looking like a little bit of a potential another continuation leg lower here. Solar stocks are under pressure today. 10 is down 3%. Come on, Qs. They might want to bounce it back to that 1 minute EMA. They're just looking like to burn some theta here, chopping it around. All right, decent bounce on Nvidia right now, which is helping the market. Broadcom's also bouncing quite nicely. So the two of those leading semis are giving the Qs a bit of a facelift. Still have the Qs underperforming SPY. IWM underperforming everything. IWM, if IWM loses this prior day low, it's going to head right back down to the lows and likely give us new lows. So put in a high, a lower high, a lower high. We'll see if we can take out another lower low here for the Russell. Now gas down 1.52, gold back to the positive side, just briefly positive. Tesla back slightly green. Google taking another wave of sell side pressure here. So remember, Google's been one of those stronger mega cap tech names that have been helping the Qs push here. You know, as Nvidia's gone through major distribution, Google sucked a lot of that liquidity. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, it's near lunch. I am hungry today, guys. I am hungry. I gotta go make myself some lunch soon. Come on, Qs. I want to take some profits on these zeros. So here we go. Come on. Take us down, Qs. Get heavy. Get heavy. SOXS catching a bit of a bid here. IWM melting. Google melting. QQQ coming in. Come on, Qs. Give it to us. IWM, nice 10-minute close below its prior day low. Still a pretty decent chop fest in the tape today on Spyland. Spy is just chopping around. Look at Spy. Choppy, choppy, choppy. Nasty, nasty. Give us this 5-minute EMA 113 rejection on the Qs, and I'd be happy. Remember, break even stop loss is in place for me. Yeah, you can enter right now. You'd be at the same average as me on socks. So markets are getting a bit of a bounce here, guys. My QQQ puts just stopped me out at break even as the Qs are looking a little bit more constructive here. So I had the chance to take 50% profit there. I decided to be greedy and wait within a few pennies of my TP. Nevertheless, I got stopped at break even. But hey, a break even is not a losing trade, so just as an FYI, those QQQ puts, I'm back out of it. The next aggressive short zone on the Qs is right back to these little pivot highs. So that's kind of where you would look to re-enter a short. And then if you got a 5-minute close above that area, then you'd look to exit. But now the Qs have potentially a bit of a bullish pattern trying to firm up here. And it could, if this wants to squeeze, it could give us upside all the way to 580 on the Qs. So just understand that. So the markets are looking a little more constructive as we speak right now. On that note, guys, I am going to grab some lunch here. If anything crazy happens, I will jump back on. Um, but other than that, I mean, nice profits today on our swing trades. BABA, UNH, nice profits on our IWM puts. Beautiful. So it's been a very successful day here, live trading. And obviously, I'll be back for the power hour session, or unless I see something jump out at me that I'll alert you guys. Okay. As always, I am here watching things. Not going to the gym today. Probably just do a bit of a home workout. But I'll be watching things closely and looking for more swing trade opportunities. But just be careful of shorting this market on some put options because the Qs are looking a little bit more constructive here and they've retaken leadership. So Qs have been the whole day underperforming SPY and now they've regained some leadership. Okay? So we are seeing the QQQ and S&P holding up quite well. Russell's had a nice intraday bounce. Apple pretty much got decimated. So right back down to the lows, triggering a really big head and shoulders pattern on your 15-minute chart, which does indicate some more downside, but it's getting a little bit stretched here intraday. But obviously Apple's pattern suggests 229.30. Okay. So that's where Apple potentially wants to go. That being said, it is getting a little bit oversold here intraday. But considering the markets have held up quite well, considering Apple's dump, you've had liquidity just flow right into Google. You've had liquidity push back into Apple. AMD, Meta has been strong. Tesla's been flat. No real liquidity flowing into that name. But Google ripping to new highs. So overall, a very good recovery by the major indices. All things considering, your S&P 500. A lot of stocks have had really, really good moves today across the board. So far, you have the 2-year yield up 1.5%, 10-year yield up 0.84. Dixie has been quietly grinding all session long, which I find surprising that the markets haven't reacted to the Dixie quietly grinding higher and higher and higher throughout the course of the session. You can see there's potentially a fake breakdown that has occurred on the US dollar. So the Dixie broke that wedge pattern and now it is recapturing that key zone. So US dollar on watch for a bit of a failed breakdown. Again, from a failed breakdown often comes a bullish move. We'll see how that reacts. You've seen crypto react to the stronger dollar, Ethereum, Bitcoin. Crude oil got faded from the highs. Natural gas still remains strong. Let's look at uranium. Uranium still holding steady. Let's look at silver. Silver got faded from the highs. That's negative. Gold, some slight profit taking from the highs, but your markets are remaining decently elevated here. JP Morgan's had a really good day. Caterpillar getting smoked today. So let's see if we get a late day sell-off here into power hour. I think the odds are is that we should get some sort of profit taking. You have a lot of extended charts intraday on like Google, Apple's week. Obviously, we got to keep watching that name to see what transpires for the rest of the day. You want to look at Hood, Caleb? Let's take a peek at Hood. Yeah, Hood pushing to new all-time highs here. So that's kind of what I was waiting for a short trade idea. So Hood is at new highs on the session. But where do we want to go? So we're tapping some intraday resistance here. I repeat, this is intraday resistance. But believe it or not, Hood can still go to. Hood can still go a little bit higher here. But you've definitely swept that high pivot. You're running a lot of stops right now. So it's impressive, guys. That's impressive. All right, I'm gonna look for a maybe a scalp short here on Robinhood. Intraday, just common share short. Looking for a scalp or SPY, I think again is into a short level if you're wanting to short SPY here. Um, this is a decent area. Again, you have a nice little high pivot as resistance. So we are seeing the S&P starting to trickle down just a little bit. Home builders are under a lot of pressure today. Firm, let's take a look at that name. Yeah, firm still holding. Strong day for AMD. AI just can't firm up yet. Solar stocks are mixed. Celsius under pressure. Roku down. Wow, look at ALB today. Lithium gapping down today. Wow. Big mover. Big mover. Your nuclear stocks, SMR, having a good day today. Let's look at Oklo. How's RGTI, your quantum names? Quantum names are trying to firm up again. You're getting some serious distribution hitting your SOXS and semis. IWM getting a little bit heavier. FNGR. Trying to break out of this lower boundary base here. Interesting. Got some other China equities, IQ. Wow, look at IQ. It's crazy. A little bit more selling hitting the tape here. We are getting a little bit more heavier downside volatility. You've had your SOXS go back to the green side as the market is coming in here, guys. Here we go. Are they going to flush us here into the close? Nvidia is still acting quite well. So that's a near-term positive. Regional banks are certainly down on the session. Steel stocks are down. Wow, look at Humana today. Humana just got clobbered. Now we know why UNH's liquidity just absolutely flew to the high side. Crazy. But this is a nice bull flag breakout on CNC as well. Really is. So your NASDAQ is still outperforming the S&P right now. Obviously the IWM is not really doing much today. SOXS still trying to firm up off of those lows. Nasty little down move in the Russell. Russell's trying to put in a little bit of a bear flag pattern. Baba still up 3% on the tape, doing well. Another down day for Adobe. Adobe just cannot seem to hold on to its gains as it bounces, gets people in, and then rips it right back down. ACN, also another name. DDOG having a good day today. Datadog. Let's look at American Eagle, digesting some of those gains still. Yeah, that needs some time. That needs some serious time. Hershey trying to make a move. How's Pepsi doing? You know, this might not be a bad area for Pepsi. We traded it from the lows here. I'd love to see it come and fill this gap. But I'll keep Pepsi on watch for the next couple days. Not a bad area. Let's look at Walmart and Costco. Yeah, they're acting well. They're acting okay. Costco. Nice W pattern. Big bounce on the S&P 500. Nvidia's ripping here, guys. Soaring into the close for Nvidia. Making a move and a half. Trying to break out. Looks like it wants to tap that 7-day moving average, which is at 170.33. Yeah, the S&P is into a good area for a bit of a short scalp, an attempt. Reason being is you had a nice dip. Now you're doing a big bounce intraday. You have a nice little tight stop loss in place. So SPY would look like probably a decent short opportunity. Same thing with the Russell. Russell looks a little bit bearish here. Still negative on the session. But nothing jumping out at me. I mean, Nvidia is so strong, so shorting this right now is a little bit difficult. Let's see what else. If there's anything else jumping out at me, I mean, not really. Not really. Yeah, Soundhound trying to firm up as well. Uh, PLTR is too strong, so the markets are tough. Tough right now. Tough to even short. Yeah, there's nothing really, in my opinion, to do. We're just chopping around. S&P has broken out of its wedge, but um, let's see what we're doing. And it did confirm it on the hourly chart, so we're looking actually bullish. The S&P 500 is looking a little bit more bullish here. Nvidia looks like it could squeeze higher today. We are seeing Nvidia continuing to push here. Apple's still struggling. AMD though taking a bit of a breather. So you got some really weird price action in semis. Really weird. You can see AVGO almost has come down to this gap. Yeah, so AMD coming in, Nvidia pushing though. Look at it squeeze. Nvidia's ripping, ripping, ripper. So Nvidia's still pressing here. If Nvidia pulls back, we should see the market come in a little bit here. But it's just a monster right now. Absolutely beasting. Squeezing NVIDIA. Look at that pump. That is a filthy move. Whew. All right, NVIDIA, I believe, is coming into its 7-day moving average. So there's a scalp short on NVIDIA and the market. Yeah, 170.41 is NVIDIA's 7-day. But SPY is starting to squeeze. IWM looks like a short, guys. Maybe there's a 0 DT on the Russell. Things are looking a little bit too strong in mega cap tech land. So I think the IWM becomes the short. That one's coming in lower. 236 puts probably for a 0 DT. Yeah, your mega caps are just too strong. So 0 DT on the Russell looks better. Take a 0 DT on the Russell. 236 put. Still squeezing. NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. We're seeing the Russell moving a little bit down, but we need it to have a quicker fall than this. Come on. Keep melting it. S&P 500 still trying to break out here into the end of the session. You're kind of having this inverse move. SPY up, Russell down. Mega cap tech is strong with Google, Nvidia, AMD, all making a punch for the high side. You got Apple still down. Microsoft just went negative. Any sort of an impulse move down on the Russell is a trim. And look at Nvidia. Nvidia is still staying remarkably strong. Let's look at regional banks. Regional banks are at the lows. They're looking like they want to drop a little bit lower. That should help the Russell trade. XRT. Let's look at biotech. And biotech starting to come in just a touch here. But Nvidia does not want to give up anything. Look at that. New highs for Nvidia. Is Nvidia going to become that black hole into the end of the day where it just sucks all the liquidity from the market? We'll see. Google. Mega cap tech is still holding up. Quite a bit of volume there on that 1 minute Russell spike. Still trying to trickle a little lower. Google still at the highs. Nvidia is still trying to press. Russell's coming into its prior day low, which its PDL sits at 236.39, so it's about 10 cents away from hitting its prior day low. Seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. S&P seeing some selling off the 650 area, but still trying to hold up quite well. IWM down 0.74, Amazon up 1, Nvidia up 1%, Microsoft just barely negative, Apple down 1.5% on its big event. Now you have Google up 2.62, it's your strongest mega cap on the session. Meta up 1.66, communication stocks are in beast mode today. Tesla floundering around, just basically flat on the tape. Netflix up 1.3, JP Morgan up 1.88. There's a nice little decline on the IWM. Come on. Take us lower. Take us lower. We're tapping that prior day low in. Well, we actually did tap it. No, we haven't tapped it yet. We're coming into prior day low. We're a few pennies away on the Russell. Give me a sell. Give me a big sell. Google AMD are just stuck at the highs. S&P Q still acting very well. Russell slowly grinding down here. Slowly but surely grinding down. S&P getting a little bit more of a distribution signal. It's putting in a 5-minute bearish engulfing. There's 10 seconds left in the candle, and the S&P has a bearish engulfing on the 5-minute, potentially limiting the upside left in the tape. Obviously, we are used to wild movements into the close as we progress into the final 20 minutes here. Come on, trickle down, Russell, trickle down. Here we go. Things are getting a little heavier in the IWM. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Underneath our prior day low on IWM, S&P back below 650, Nvidia coming in a little bit, Google starting to put in a bit of a top wick. We're trickling. Come on, Russell. Trickle faster than this. Trickle faster than this. Nice. Come on, Russell. Get heavy. Get heavy. Trimmed TP1 for 50%. Beautiful. So what that level is a symmetrical move. So from this high to this low, and from this high to this low is the exact same measure move. Now I'm expecting a little bit of a, if we don't bounce hard here, then we're gonna see a quick, sharp, wide range red bar volume dump here into the close, and that would be the signal. If you get an impulse candle down, that is the signal to close the rest of those zeros. But look at that, we are bouncing. There's a little bit of a profitable trade into the close. If you want to protect it with a break even. You got to be quick with these. That's why I had that TP zone there. Now we can still come down, but got to be super duper quick. Especially into the end of the session. All right, that was a good little trade. That was a good trade. Yeah, and I'm stopped out of the runners. That candle just stopped me out. I'm all stopped out. There we go. I like to think I bounced that by closing my shorts there. That's some intraday precision scalping. Look at the bounce. This is why 0DTs, you just gotta. We're coming right back to a short zone. Look at that. That's insane. All right, I will take another. I'm gonna roll the profits that I just made back into the same trade, but I want 2 cents on the contracts. If I don't get a 2 cent fill, I'm not taking it. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. This is too big of a bounce. I don't want it. That one's gonna be. That's a crazy bounce. That's a hard bounce. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Stunning. What a bounce. What a bounce. Holy moly, guys. That's crazy. Yeah, look at XLC, guys. That's crazy, eh? Just continuing to grind higher and higher. Financials are at an interesting point here. They need to really get back above that 7-day or they run the risk of pretty much coming back down to this 51 level. Industrials, they're looking a little bit toppy in this region. And granted, they've been some of the stronger sectors of the year. XLK back above your 7 and 20, looking good. Consumer staples just holding in a bearish range. Real estate still holding above its larger bullish pattern, and utilities. Healthcare, look at healthcare, how it's breaking out of this bull flag. It's looking pretty good. Let's go to the healthcare sector. So UNH moonshotting today. Whoops. J&J, Merck, Pfizer. Actually, Gilead looks like it's going to make a push higher here. GILD. Name looks strong. Elv is trying. CVS. Medtronic as well. Looks like it's going for $100. Humana just got wrecked. Look at that candle down. Holy crap. IDXX looks pretty good, guys. Looks like it's going to go push for the other all-time highs again. IDXX. I've been considering taking a position in this WST. Had that big pop on earnings. Hmm. GE's got some serious momentum, looks like. So we have Canopy Growth, after the bell. Or sorry, GameStop after the bell. Coinbase. Coinbase showing some strength today. GameStop heading to its earnings with a little bit of momentum to the upside, trying to get a push here. How's Intel doing? Not doing too much light speed. That S&P 500 spike, guys. That was filthy. That was absolutely insane. What a breakout into the end of the session on SPY. SPY just absolutely ripped face. AMD ripper. NVIDIA ripper. Apple catching a bounce. Everything caught a bounce there. Into the end of the session. But big push on SPY. AMD going for new highs. Final 3 minutes left, and the S&P's closing the day strong. Generac under some pressure today, but bouncing off of the lows. Strong day for Lyft. Wow, Lyft is in squeeze mode. Uber looks like it wants new highs as well. Interesting. How are our So Broadcom's still under a little bit of pressure today in semiconductor land. S&PS still under a bit of pressure. Lithium stocks getting smoked. Smoked. How's A-Lab doing? MP Materials. It's coming in. Yes, that's the market close. Great job trading today. A ton of profits from our BABA positions to our UNH positions. Great profits. We did catch some nice shorts with members in the option groups twice on the IWM today. So netting some nice profits there. Nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you on the charts tomorrow. Let me just do a quick check for tomorrow if there's anything that I want to see. Tomorrow we have a little bit of mortgage data early in the morning. Then we got PPI. That's right. So there is some economic data tomorrow that should create a little bit of extra volatility. So on that note, thank you everybody, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later. Great job trading today.